Hello, everyone. Tonight we're going to talk about the daily psychological bugs that sneak under your skin and whisper. You're probably not perceiving reality the way you think you are. Imagine this: you're brushing your teeth in the bathroom mirror. You look up. There's your face, but something about it feels off. The jawline seems too sharp. Your eyes are tired in a way that doesn't show up in your selfies. And if you tilt your head just slightly, there it is. That eerie, almost unfamiliar version of you. It's like someone who knows you is watching you from inside the glass. You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Drop a comment with your thoughts, your country, and the time it is where you are. I read all of them, even the weird ones, especially the weird ones. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get started tonight. Section 1, you think you know what you look like? After all, you see your reflection every day in mirrors, on your phone camera, maybe even in the back of a soup spoon. But here's the first psychological glitch of the night: you have never seen yourself the way others do. When you look in a mirror, what you're actually seeing is a reversed image. Your brain gets so used to this reversed version that when you finally see a true-to-life photo or a video taken by someone else, something feels wrong. Your smile looks crooked. Your face seems uneven. One ear is betraying you. Welcome to the uncanny valley of your own identity. Psychologists call this the mere exposure effect. You prefer things you're familiar with. Since you're most familiar with your mirror self, the version everyone else sees looks unfamiliar and uncomfortable. It's why selfies feel fine, but a tagged group photo on Facebook can cause an existential crisis. Or maybe that's just me. And it doesn't stop with mirrors. Let's talk about your voice. You've probably cringed hearing a voicemail or a Zoom playback. I don't sound like that. Do I? Oh yes, you do. That's what the rest of us hear. Inside your skull, your voice vibrates through your bones, giving it warmth and depth. On a recording, just cold air and microphones, it's like ordering your favorite dish and realizing someone else made it with slightly wrong seasoning. This gets funnier when you realize people have broken up with partners after hearing their real laugh. True story. A woman on Reddit posted about getting the ick when her boyfriend's laugh sounded like a goblin inhaling helium on a video someone took at a party. Romance ruined by acoustic physics. Here's the kicker: this glitch isn't just annoying, it affects your self-esteem. Multiple studies have shown that people who frequently hear and see themselves objectively, like actors, singers, or YouTubers, can develop distorted self-criticism. You start to pick at your own features and sounds because they don't line up with the internal image you've been lovingly curating in your brain all this time. And the academic debate neuroscientists still argue about where the self-image truly resides. Some say it's in the visual cortex, others point to the default mode network, basically your brain's autopilot, but none of them have found the master control room. Just a bunch of blinking lights saying, "Trust me, this is definitely you." Probably. Now here's a weird fact: some people suffer from something called mirrored self-misidentification syndrome. It's rare, but it's real. They look in the mirror and don't recognize themselves. It's often caused by strokes or damage to the right hemisphere of the brain. Imagine brushing your teeth, looking up and thinking, "Who the hell is that guy in my bathroom?" But even without brain injury, you experience a gentler version of this disorientation every single day. It's why you do double takes in store windows, why you fidget on FaceTime, and why you might avoid certain camera angles like they owe you money. At the core of all this is a truth you may not want to hear. At bedtime, your brain is bad at giving you a stable sense of self. You're more like a project under constant revision, face, voice, posture, all reshaped every time you check in. And yet, you never stop believing you're one continuous, consistent being. Remember the ship of Theseus paradox. If every part of a ship gets replaced, is it still the same ship? Now apply that to your face, filtered through 5 different apps and 3 kinds of mirrors. And here's your first sleep-worthy thought experiment of the night. If your image is constantly distorted, does your perception of you even exist as a real object? Or is it just a mental patchwork of memories, biases, and what your iPhone front camera allows you to accept? You lie in bed, lights off, and the only thing left is your awareness of yourself. And maybe now, thanks to this psychological glitch, you're not entirely sure who that self really is. That's okay. Let that uncertainty wrap around you like a soft blanket. You don't need answers, just the soothing hum of knowing that everybody, everywhere, is glitching in their own way. And the next time you catch your reflection in the mirror, maybe you'll wink at it, and that weird stranger will wink back. Section 2, you're lying in bed, drifting. The room is dark. Everything feels quiet except for that one stubborn thought. Wasn't your neighbor wearing a green hoodie yesterday? Or was that last week? Or was that even real? And here we are, floating gently into glitch number 2. Your memory is a liar. Not malicious, not evil, just wildly inaccurate, a little lazy, and way too confident. Your brain rewrites events all the time, and then has the audacity to act like nothing happened. Let's start with something simple. Do you remember the Monopoly man wearing a monocle? Be honest. Most people do, but he never has. You probably just merged him in your head with Mr. Peanut. This common false memory is part of something called the Mandela effect, named after the widespread misremembering that Nelson Mandela died in prison in the 1980s. Spoiler, he didn't. But enough people remembered it that it sparked a cultural mystery. The phenomenon happens because memory isn't a video recording. It's more like a Google Doc that your brain lets you edit without track changes. You pull up a memory, tweak it a little, add in a detail you read online, swap a face, change a timeline, and then hit save like nothing ever happened. Now your brain remembers the edited version. The official term here is reconstructive memory. Psychologist Frederick Bartlett introduced the idea in the 1930s, showing that people remember stories by filling in gaps with familiar patterns. You basically auto-correct your past using whatever biases and expectations you have in the present. Here's a fun, terrifying fact in studies on eyewitness testimony. People misidentified innocent suspects with full confidence, sometimes even crying on the witness stand. They weren't lying. Their brain had just helped them a little too much. And yet, juries trust confident memories more than quiet doubts. Real lives get ruined by faulty recollections. Cognitive scientists still argue about how much of our daily experience is truly remembered versus simply inferred. Some argue that most memories are more like impressions, emotional sketches, not crisp Polaroids. Others believe there's a core of truth under every memory, even if it's just I was wearing a hat and it was Tuesday. No consensus yet, just a lot of shrugging in lab coats. You've probably caught your own brain in the act, like when you're absolutely certain you locked the door, but it turns out you were just thinking about locking it, or when you clearly remember sending that email only to find it in your drafts folder 5 days later. Like a little time capsule of procrastination. There's also something called confabulation, where the brain fills in blanks in memory with made-up but plausible details. It's not lying, exactly. It's your neurons just trying to help. Like an overenthusiastic intern rewriting your life story. You probably meant to say this happened at your cousin's wedding, and she was wearing a red dress. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's In sleep studies, participants have misremembered entire dream sequences as real experiences, or vice versa. There's even a moment in your half-awake state called hypnopompia where your memory software is so glitchy that it logs dreams as waking memories. Ever said, "I thought I texted you back," only to realize you dreamed doing it? That wasn't your fault. That was your brain running an unstable beta version of reality. And here's a weird story. A man once sued a fast food chain because he remembered swallowing a ring that was never actually there. The security footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. No ring, no incident, just one really intense bite of onion rings and an overactive imagination. But don't feel bad. This glitch isn't just common, it's unavoidable. Even your earliest memories are suspicious. Ask yourself, do you really remember your third birthday party? Or do you remember the photos and stories people told you about it? How much of your childhood is a highlight reel, curated by relatives and throwback Thursdays? So let's zoom out. You're walking through life, making decisions, evaluating relationships, chasing dreams based on memories that might be stitched together from 5 different Tuesdays in a movie plot. And yet it feels real, solid, honest. Why? Because memory isn't about accuracy, it's about continuity. Your brain prioritizes making you feel like one consistent self across time, even if it has to fudge the details. That little voice in your head would rather keep the story smooth than tell the truth. Here's your mental whisper for tonight. What if every time you say, "I remember," you're just guessing with style? Let's test it. Think back to what you had for lunch 3 days ago. Not yesterday, not today. 3 days ago. Got it. Now, ask, are you sure, or did you just pull up your usual order from that usual place and insert it like a default template? The next time you're confident about something in your past, pause for a second. There's a good chance you're remembering the memory, not the moment. And here's your sleepy little metaphor to drift off to your memory is less like a hard drive and more like a lava lamp, always shifting, always glowing, sometimes melting into beautiful nonsense. So lie back, close your eyes, and let those faulty recollections blur into soft colors. After all, you probably won't remember this tomorrow the way it actually happened tonight. Section 3, picture this: you're late for work, racing out the door with one shoe half-tied and a piece of toast hanging out of your mouth like a stressed-out anime character. You glance at your phone. 30 seconds have passed. 30 seconds. It felt like 10 minutes. But later, during that long, boring meeting where Greg from accounting reads the spreadsheet line by line like it's bedtime poetry, time does something else. It evaporates. You zone out for what feels like 5 minutes, but the clock insists 39 seconds have passed. Welcome to glitch number 3. Time doesn't tick, right? Now, let's be clear, clocks are consistent. Time, as far as physics is concerned, flows evenly 1 second at a time. But your perception of time, that's chaos. Your brain has no internal clock with numbered gears. It estimates time using experience, emotion, attention, and sometimes sheer panic. Psychologists call this the subjective experience of time. And it's so wobbly, it could trip over a flat floor. For example, when you're bored, time stretches. Every tick of the second hand echoes like a cow mooing in the distance. But when you're excited, focused, or in what athletes call the zone, time collapses like a bad souffle. You look up, and suddenly it's dark outside. This happens because your brain uses events to gauge time. When there's a lot going on, new sights, sounds, smells, social weirdness, your brain logs more memory snapshots, and it feels like more time has passed. This is why childhood summers felt endless. New stuff, yourselves more snapshots, whilst longer time perception But as an adult, you wake up, work, scroll, sleep, repeat. Not enough novelty? Fewer snapshots. Suddenly, it's July again, and you're still thinking about something that happened in March. Neuroscientists still argue about what brain region is responsible for internal time perception. Some say it's the basal ganglia, others point to the insular cortex. Some even blame dopamine levels, arguing that when you're excited, dopamine distorts time the way heat distorts air, which would explain why falling in love makes a 6-hour date feel like 6 minutes. But waiting for a text reply makes 6 minutes feel like 6 months. One of the most bizarre demonstrations of time distortion is the slow motion effect during life-threatening situations. People who've been in car crashes, near-death falls, or surprise bungee jumps often report that time slowed down. It didn't actually. What happened was their brain went into hyper-recording mode, capturing so many sensory details that the memory plays back in slow-mo. Let's do a mini test. Stare at a clock with a second hand. The first second you see it move will seem to take longer than the rest. That's called the chronostasis effect, where your brain freezes time just for a moment while adjusting its attention. You literally invent extra time, magic trick, no rabbits required. And here's a funny real-world example in the UK. They did a study where people wore time distortion goggles that slightly delayed their vision. When asked to walk across a room, people either sped up or slowed down depending on how the visual delay messed with their internal sense of rhythm. Meaning your feet rely on a brain clock that can be hacked just by lag. Now let's talk about age. Why does time seem to speed up the older you get? Well, as a child, you're constantly encountering new things. First snowfall, first pizza, first time you realize clowns are terrifying. But adulthood is mostly repetition. The days blur. Your brain doesn't bother recording as many frames. Like a movie shot at 10 frames per second instead of 60. That's why when you look back on a year filled with routine, it seems short. But a year full of change, new job, new city, new existential crisis feels long. Your brain recorded more highlights, but don't panic. You can slow time back down, sort of. Take walks in new places. Try hobbies you've never done before. Eat breakfast foods at dinner. All these things inject novelty into your brain's timeline. Add more mental bookmarks, and time stretches again. Of course, you can also try the opposite. If you're stuck in a long meeting or a dentist's chair, focus on the details. How the light flickers, the sound of the drill, the exact color of the carpet. Attention makes time expand. So if you're really bored, just lean in. You'll suffer longer scientifically. Now, for your nightly philosophy treat, consider this question. If time perception is subjective, and each person's inner clock is unique, then are we ever truly sharing the same moment? It's like you and a friend watching the same sunset. She feels like it lasts forever. You blink and it's gone. Who had the real experience? Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe time is just the illusion that keeps your story from happening all at once. Lie still. Let your breath settle. Tick, tick, tick. Or is it tuck, tuck, tuck? Wait, was that the same amount of time your brain is already glitching again? Beautiful. And as your eyes grow heavier, let the seconds stretch like honey. Melt into the folds of time. Unmeasured and unbothered, tomorrow can come whenever it wants. Right now, you're nowhere, and you've got all the time in the world. Section 4. You're walking into a crowded cafe. You feel the door cling to your back as you slip inside, the scent of burnt espresso and mystery muffins hanging in the air. You know what's happening. Everybody's looking at you. Someone just turned their head. Another one probably smirked. They saw you trip slightly. Right. Welcome to psychological glitch number 4, the spotlight illusion. This is the sneaky trick your brain plays that convinces you you're the center of attention even when no one's paying attention at all. Here's the truth. Most people are too busy worrying about themselves to notice that your shirt is inside out or that you've got toothpaste in your eyebrow. Yes, eyebrow. It happens. But your brain, ever the drama queen, makes you feel like you're on stage under a bright spotlight, being judged for every sneeze, stutter, and sweat stain. This tendency is called the spotlight effect, a term coined by psychologists Thomas Gilovich and Kenneth Savitsky. In one of their classic experiments, they made students wear an embarrassingly oversized t-shirt with Barry Manilow's face on it, and then walk into a room full of strangers. The students predicted that nearly half the people in the room would notice the shirt. In reality, only about 20% did. You're not being watched as much as you think you are. That's the glitch. Your brain can't properly imagine what other people are focusing on, so it fills in the blanks with, well, you psychologists still argue about why this happens. Is it an overactive theory of mind? A side effect of social evolution where being part of the tribe meant staying alert to your public image? Or is it just narcissism with better PR, whatever the cause? This glitch runs deep. Think about the last time you mispronounced a word in front of a group. You replayed that moment in your head for hours. Meanwhile, everyone else forgot it happened before you even finished talking. Or imagine this. You post a photo on social media and immediately start analyzing the likes. Only 10 likes in 10 minutes. Do people hate this sweater? Am I shadow banned? Meanwhile, your followers are scrolling in bed, half asleep, trying not to drop their phones on their faces. The illusion doesn't just make you self-conscious, it also warps your memory. You overestimate how much people remember your failures and underestimate how much they forget your awkward moments. You become the star of your own imagined sitcom, complete with a laugh track you think everyone else hears. Want another funny story? A man once went to a job interview with a bright neon green sticker on the bottom of his shoe, the kind used to mark discounted fruit at supermarkets. He didn't notice. When he got home and found it, he was horrified. Certain he'd ruined his chances. 2 weeks later, he got the job. No one had noticed. Or if they did, they didn't care. Or maybe they respected his quiet confidence in walking into a corporate office with produce-grade footwear. Here's the sad and funny part. The spotlight effect also works in reverse. You assume other people are focused on your flaws, but you also assume they notice your greatness. Like when you wear a new jacket and no one compliments it, and you think, wow, everyone must be jealous. Or when you make a clever joke at a party and no one laughs, not because it wasn't funny, but because they were all trying to open the humus lid at the same time. Your reality is a private performance, and everyone else, they're backstage, fumbling with props, worrying about their lines. This glitch is linked to another one called the illusion of transparency, where you think people can see your emotions just by looking at you. You feel anxious? So you believe others can sense it. You're hiding a secret, so your hands get clammy. Your heart races, and you just know they can tell. But the truth, most people are too wrapped up in their own mental blooper reels to catch yours. You're all walking around, projecting main character energy while barely making cameos in each other's lives. Want to test the spotlight effect tomorrow? Try this wear mismatched socks to the grocery store. Bright ones. Then count how many people notice. If anyone mentions it, let me know in the comments. I'll eat a metaphorical hat. So why does this matter? Because the spotlight effect fuels anxiety, social avoidance, and the fear of embarrassment. But once you realize it's just a glitch, a brain bug, you get to reclaim your freedom. You can dance like nobody's watching because statistically, they aren't here's your sleepy metaphor for the night. Imagine yourself walking through a dimly lit forest. You carry a lantern, thinking it lights up the whole world. But really, it only illuminates a small circle around you. Everyone else has their own lantern, worried about their own path, occasionally crossing yours, briefly sharing light before moving on. The spotlight is not real, so go ahead, sink into your blanket, let go of that moment from high school where you mispronounced colonel. Let go of the silent panic when you wave back at someone who wasn't waving at you. Let it all fade, because when the lights go out, there is no audience. Just you, gently forgetting, one deep breath at a time. Section 5. Your leg vibrated. You reach for your phone. Nothing. Just phantom skin tremors and existential confusion. It happens again a few minutes later, just enough of a buzz to trigger a Pavlovian pocket check. Still nothing. No texts. No missed calls. No reason. And yet your thigh swears on its imaginary life you felt it. Welcome to glitch number 5, phantom phone buzzes, also known as phantom vibration syndrome. Yes, it has a name, and no, you're not losing your mind. In fact, a 2012 study found that around 9 out of 10 college students reported feeling phantom phone vibrations at least once a week. That's right, your brain is literally faking a notification because it wants one so badly. Why? Because your nervous system has become emotionally tethered to a small rectangular object that pings like a casino slot machine. Here's the glitch. Your brain has a predictive system wired in called pattern recognition, which usually helps you notice important things like a rustle in the bushes that could be a tiger. But in the modern world, it's hijacked by your phone. The slightest pressure shift, fabric fold, or muscle twitch gets interpreted as an incoming message. Your brain sees a potential reward and rings the mental doorbell. Neuroscientists still argue about whether this is purely sensory or psychological. Is your brain misfiring from stress, or is your peripheral nervous system just oversensitized from constant stimulation? One theory even compares it to a low-grade hallucination, something your body expects to happen so often that it starts inventing it when it doesn't. It's like an itch that isn't there, a memory with no origin, a beep in the void. Now here's something even weirder, phantom ringing syndrome, the same thing, but with imagined phone calls. People report hearing their ringtone in the shower or from another room, even when their phone is on silent. That familiar chime echoes through the silence, and you rush to check, only to be met with digital crickets. Your brain is trying to fill a silence that was never supposed to be filled. One funny case involved a man who kept hearing the default iPhone ringtone during his morning jog. After months of confusion, he realized it was birds, actual birds, mimicking ringtones. Reality is broken, and now parrots are in on it. There's also the reward uncertainty loop, made famous by psychologist B.F. Skinner's work with pigeons. He found that intermittent rewards, where the reward isn't predictable, produce the strongest behavior conditioning. So, when you occasionally get a funny text or a sweet DM, your brain starts craving the next one. Not knowing when it'll come makes the buzz even more addictive. It's no longer a tool. It's an emotional slot machine. Your pants are a casino, and your thigh just pulled the lever. It gets worse at night. You're lying in bed, finally relaxed. Your phone is face down, maybe across the room, maybe nestled under your pillow like a tiny glowing gremlin. You know it hasn't buzzed, but you feel it anyway. Why? Because your brain is addicted to potential. Every vibration means connection, approval, maybe love, maybe danger, maybe that weird aunt commenting on your Instagram again. It doesn't matter. Your brain lights up like it's Christmas, and your body joins in like a confused car alarm. The sad part, These phantom buzzes are often strongest during stressful periods, final exams, deadlines, breakups. Your brain becomes so hypervigilant that it starts inventing signals, like a dog barking at shadows. Now, we could blame technology. We could point fingers at smartphones, social media, the endless dopamine drip. But this glitch goes deeper. It's about your anticipation wiring the part of you that's always scanning for signals from the tribe. Back in ancient times, those signals were real: a grunt from a clanmate, the rustle of prey, the whistle of danger. Now it's a buzz, a ping, a flashing badge icon that says, "You exist." Want to test the glitch? Turn your phone off for 24 hours. No notifications, no vibrations. Just you and the silence. At some point, your body will still feel a buzz, and you'll reach for a phone that's not even awake. Congratulations, your nervous system has gone full hallucination. Welcome to modern biology. Here's your nightly weird comfort phantom phone. Vibrations are not a flaw. They're your brain trying to stay connected in a world that never stops whispering. You've outsourced your anxiety into your hip pocket. That's efficient, if a bit glitchy. And now, as you drift further into this sleepy science spiral, imagine your phone glowing quietly in another room. Not buzzing, not calling, just waiting. Let your hand stay still. Let your thigh be calm. Let the silence stretch longer than the phantom signal. No messages, no emergency, no alerts. Just you, offline, and deeply, dreamlessly alone in the good way. Section 6. You're standing in the middle of your living room. You've been there for 5 minutes. The fridge is humming. The light is weirdly yellow. You're squinting at the coffee table. Where are your keys? You check the usual spots. Jacket pocket, kitchen counter, mysterious void between couch cushions. Nothing. You even pat your body like a confused airport security officer. Still nothing. Then, somehow, they appear in your hand. Welcome to psychological glitch number 6 in attentional blindness. The reason you often can't find what's right in front of you. This isn't just about being forgetful. It's a specific bug in your perception system. Your eyes can be pointing right at something, but if your brain isn't expecting to see it, it might just not register it. Think of your attention like a flashlight in a dark room. You can only shine it on a small area at a time. Everything else might as well not exist. There's a classic experiment from 1999 that proves this beautifully. Participants were asked to count how many times people passed a basketball in a video. Halfway through, a person in a full gorilla suit walks through the scene, beats their chest, and walks off. About half the viewers didn't notice the gorilla. Why? Because their attention was locked on counting passes. The brain filtered everything else out, including, giant hairy primates. This effect is stronger when you're stressed, multitasking, or thinking about 17 other things like whether you replied to that email, or left the stove on, or whether birds have knees. They do, by the way, weird ones. So when you can't find your keys, glasses, phone, or even your cat, it's not because they vanished. It's because your brain decided they weren't worth noticing. Cognitive scientists still argue about whether attention is a single spotlight or a cluster of beams. Some believe we have multiple channels running in parallel, like a security system watching several monitors at once. Others argue there's only one true focus, and everything else is background noise, filtered like spam in a mental inbox. This glitch explains so many weird moments. Why you walk into a room and forget why you're there. Why you search the fridge 5 times before noticing the ketchup is right in front of you. Why you can't find your phone while scrolling on it. One guy told a story online about searching frantically for his sunglasses for 10 minutes before realizing they were on his head the entire time. He had even checked the mirror, His brain edited them out, like a magician doing a disappearing act, except the magician was him, and the trick was against himself. And here's a sleep-friendly paradox for you. The more important something is, the easier it is to overlook because your brain expects it to already be where it belongs. This is also why you can stare at a digital file or a document and miss an obvious typo or a missing word. Your brain auto-corrects it during perception. You don't see the actual letters. You see what you expect to see, and expectations are powerful. They're your brain's way of conserving energy. If it thinks it knows what's coming, it stops bothering to look. But that comes with a cost when reality doesn't match the template in your head. You literally don't notice. It's like reading a book and realizing your eyes passed over an entire page without absorbing anything. The words were there, the data existed, but the brain ghosted the experience. Want a quick test? Close your eyes, then open them and glance around the room. Now, close them again and ask how many green things did you just see. Chances are you'll come up blank even if you were staring straight at a potted plant, a book cover, and a water bottle. Your eyes saw, but your brain didn't log. So how do you fix this? You don't, really, but you can slow down, focus deliberately. When you're searching for something, say it out loud. I'm looking for my keys. That little verbal cue activates the right neural network and makes it more likely that your brain will actually notice the object when it enters your field of view. Also, retrace your steps. Walking through the same motions again resets your attention filter, like refreshing a browser window. You'd be surprised how often the missing item was sitting there all along, sipping coffee and judging you quietly. Now, here's the dreamy metaphor to tuck you in your mind is like a theater with too many curtains. The stage is there, the props are in place, the spotlight is working, but the scene is hidden behind layers of expectation and distraction. And sometimes, the only way to see the gorilla or your keys is to step back from the script. So lie still. Whatever you've lost today, objects, thoughts, intentions, it's probably still there. Just hiding in plain sight, waiting for your flashlight to swing back around. And even if it takes a while, remember the search is half the story. And sometimes the real treasure was the pockets we checked along the way. Section 7. You're telling someone about your day, and halfway through a sentence, you pause, wait, did that happen? You squint, backtrack, scan your memory like a badly indexed library. You could swear you talked to your friend about this already, but maybe that conversation was in a dream. Welcome to Psychological Glitch number 7, Dream Reality Confusion, the fragile, flickering boundary between what actually happened and what your brain just imagined vividly at 3 a.m. You've probably experienced it, that awkward moment when you confidently reference something. Yeah, we already talked about that only to be met with a blank stare. No, we didn't. They say, I'd remember, and deep down, you dreamed it. This phenomenon is often called dream reality confusion, DRC, and it's surprisingly common. Researchers have found that up to 50% of people report confusing dreams with real memories at some point in their lives. The more vivid the dream and the more mundane the content, the more likely it is to sneak into your waking memory files. Cognitive psychologists still argue about how dreams are categorized in the brain. Some believe dreams are logged similarly to real events in the hippocampus, especially if they contain speech, faces, or emotion. Others argue that dreams remain soft files, fuzzy, and fragmented until you recall them, which solidifies them as false memories. The truth, probably somewhere weird and frustrating, like most things in neuroscience. Here's how it happens. Your brain doesn't tag memories as dream or real when it's filing them away. There's no, this happened on Earth stamp. Instead, it uses context, emotional weight, and a repetition to decide what sticks. So if you dream something emotionally charged, like a breakup, a heartfelt confession, or running into your third grade teacher in a grocery store made entirely of fish tanks, your brain might flag it as important and store it in the same drawer as actual Thursday. And dreams love to mix in familiar details: your real kitchen, your best friend's voice, the sound of your alarm clock. So when you wake up, your brain just shrugs and goes, "Sure, that was probably Tuesday." Here's a real-life example that'll make you feel less alone. Someone once dreamed that they fed their dog breakfast, woke up, skipped the feeding, and confused the poor dog for half the day. The dog stared at them in betrayal. They stared at the bowl. Nobody was sure what timeline they were on anymore. It's even weirder when it happens with tasks. You dream that you replied to that email. You remember the words, the tone, the exact typo you made, so you move on. Days later, someone follows up, confused. You scroll through your sent folder. Nothing. You dreamed responsibility. That's right. Your subconscious faked productivity. And this isn't just a personal bug, it's a societal level glitch. Court cases have collapsed because witnesses remembered dreamt conversations. People have falsely confessed to things they only dreamed about. In one case, a woman accused her roommate of theft, only to realize later that the proof came from a vivid nightmare involving sock puppets and a stolen hairdryer. Now, let's talk about lucid dreams, those rare moments where you realize you're dreaming and take control. Lucid dreamers report even higher rates of dream reality confusion because those dreams feel so self-directed, so intentional, that the brain basically files them under events I chose to do. In a way, you become your own unreliable narrator. But don't worry, this glitch isn't dangerous. It's just a reminder that consciousness is a bit of a leaky faucet. Your dream world and waking life share plumbing. Sometimes, a little dream water seeps into your reality pipes, and you're left standing in your kitchen wondering why you're mad at your cousin. Oh right, he stole your favorite mug in a dream. Here's a sleepy metaphor for you. Your memory is a quilt, stitched from scraps of dreams, facts, assumptions, and half-remembered Tuesdays. Most of the time, the pattern holds together, but sometimes you wake up wearing the wrong patch. So what do? You laugh, you blink a few extra times, you double-check your inbox, and you forgive yourself for not knowing where the line is drawn, because maybe reality isn't one clean line. Maybe it's a foggy shore with footprints on both sides. Some real, some dreamed, some just soft echoes of something you thought you meant to do. Now, lie still. Let today blur a little. Let that mental to-do list fade. Maybe you answered that email. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you'll do it tomorrow, or dream that you did. Either way, the important stuff always finds its way back. The rest can float off into the night, like a whisper from a dream you don't need to remember. Section 8, you're staring at the menu. 15 sandwich options. You're hungry, you're ready. But as your finger hovers over the pastrami melt, something wavers. A feeling, an urge. You suddenly point to the veggie wrap instead. Why you don't know it? But you tell yourself, yeah, I wanted that all along. Welcome to psychological glitch number 8, the illusion of conscious choice. Your brain often makes decisions before you're aware of them. That's right. The moment you think you're choosing something, your neurons may have already decided seconds ago. You're not steering the ship, you're reading the GPS after the fact and pretending you've been driving. Let's start with the infamous experiment by neuroscientist Benjamin Libet in the 1980s. He asked participants to flex their wrists whenever they felt like it and note the time they decided to do so. Meanwhile, he measured brain activity, The twist? Their brain's motor cortex showed signs of preparing the movement a full third of a second before they consciously decided. Boom. Decision made. Then, awareness kicked in. Like walking into a room and thinking you just built it. Neuroscientists still argue about what this means. Does it debunk free will? Is the you in your head just a commentator, a PR manager, justifying actions already taken? Some say Leibotz's experiment only applies to basic motor movements. Others say it cracks open the whole illusion of agency like an overripe avocado. And the glitch doesn't stop with wrist flexes. In consumer research, when people are shown two very similar items, say 2 shirts or 2 chocolates, they often pick one and then fabricate a reason. I like the texture. It felt more sophisticated. But when the items are later switched without their knowledge, people still justify the wrong choice as though they had made it. This phenomenon is called choice blindness, and it's as unsettling as it is hilarious. Your brain doesn't just make post hoc explanations, it makes post hoc realities. Here's a story you'll love in one study. Researchers asked participants to pick between 2 faces on a screen, then subtly swapped them after the choice. Most participants didn't notice. Even better, they still gave confident explanations for their decision on a face they didn't pick. So what's happening? Your brain has multiple systems for processing input. Daniel Kahneman, psychologist and Nobel Prize winner, describes them as System 1, fast, automatic, and System 2, slow, deliberate. Most decisions begin in System 1, a split-second gut reaction, then get justified by System 2. You don't choose with logic first. You feel, then explain. Think about falling in love. You didn't reason your way into it. It just happened. Then you said things like, "We have great chemistry," or "We both like egg salad." That's the story you stitch together afterward. It might be true, but it wasn't the reason. Or remember a time when you blurted something out before you realized why? A joke, a comment, a defense, and afterward, you thought, why did I say that? The answer, your subconscious beat you to it. Even political opinions aren't immune. Studies show that people can change their views, then forget they changed them, and still defend the new stance as if it had always been theirs. We are retroactive storytellers, spinning yarns from threads we didn't even know we were holding. Now don't worry. This doesn't mean you have zero free will. Most scientists agree that conscious control still plays a role, especially in long-term goals. Impulse control and morality. You can choose to resist, you can course correct. But the first flash of decision, that might just be your internal software running default code. So the next time you're walking down the street and veer left instead of right, or you reach for the blue shirt without knowing why, or you suddenly crave pistachios even though you hate nuts, pause, ask yourself who made that decision. And maybe more importantly, does it even matter? Because here's your soft, sleep-ready truth. Most of life's decisions are small, forgettable, beautifully automatic. Your brain keeps you afloat, making choices like a gentle ghost operating machinery in the background. Let yourself float with it. Let go of the need to overanalyze every impulse. Let go of the idea that every decision has to be perfectly reasoned. You're not a robot. You're not a philosopher king. You're a human with a squishy, glitchy brain doing its best. Now imagine this, your thoughts are like fireflies blinking in the dark. Some flash with purpose, others flicker randomly. You don't need to catch them all. Just watch the lights. Breathe. Whatever decision you're avoiding, let it wait until morning. Let your brain run its soft background processes. Let the rap be chosen. Let the lights dim and to sleep before your brain decides for you. Section 9. You're brushing your teeth, but your mind is not in the bathroom. It's in the kitchen, replaying a conversation you had with your boss where you accidentally said, "Thanks, Dad." You cringe. Again, even though it happened 3 years ago. Why? Because psychological glitch number 9 is alive and whispering the endless internal monologue, and sometimes it's not even your voice. That stream of commentary running through your head all day, the one narrating, criticizing, judging, planning, worrying, rehearsing future arguments, and rewatching past humiliations. That's you. Or is it you probably never stop to ask whose voice is that? Really, for many people, the default inner voice sounds like themselves. But sometimes, without your permission, it borrows the tone of someone else. A parent, a teacher, a sarcastic friend from high school who peaked too early. It becomes a blend of everything you've internalized over the years. Praise, warnings, insults, lectures muddled into a mental mixtape that loops 24/7. This glitch is what psychologists refer to as internalized self-talk, and it's deeply shaped by your early environment. If you were constantly told to be careful as a kid, chances are your internal voice throws caution signs like it's working traffic control. If you were criticized often, your mental monologue may default to passive-aggressive mode even when you're just folding socks. Psychologists still argue about the origin of this voice. Is it a function of language centers like Broca's area, a side effect of metacognition, a kind of internal rehearsal system designed to simulate social interaction? Some theories even suggest it's your brain talking to itself, like a 2-player game with only one controller. Regardless, this voice isn't optional. It's part of being human. You think in language, even when you're not trying to, and unfortunately, it's not always kind. Here's the funny part. The internal voice is incredibly confident. It'll declare, "That email sounded needy," or "Everyone thinks your laugh is weird," or "Don't dance, you're a disaster," with the authority of a courtroom judge. But it's just you making it up, probably based on something your 7th grade crush once said while chewing gum and ruining your week. There's a theory called the social conditioning loop, which suggests your brain replays the voices of authority figures so you don't repeat past mistakes. In evolutionary terms, it's useful. It keeps you from being kicked out of the tribe. But in modern life, it means your brain is constantly re-simulating the judgment of people who aren't even around anymore. Here's a real story. A woman once realized her internal voice had been mimicking her ballet instructor for over a decade. Every time she made a mistake at work, in relationships, doing laundry, the voice would sigh and say, "Sloppy again." One day, she said it out loud while parallel parking and had a full existential meltdown. That's the danger of the inner critic. It sneaks in, wears your clothes, and pretends to be helpful, but it rarely is. Now, some people don't have an internal monologue at all. No voice, just impressions, feelings, flashes of meaning. This is called aphantasia, though technically it refers more to visual imagery. And yes, those people exist. Some find it peaceful, others say it feels like thinking in silence. But for most of us, the voice is ever present. Sometimes it's encouraging, sometimes it's hilarious, and sometimes it's a sleep-sabotaging heckler with the grudge. Want to make friends with it? Try this next time. The voice says something harsh. Pause. Ask it. Whose voice was that? Then wait. If it's yours, take ownership. If it's someone else's, congratulations. You've just caught a glitch in action, and you don't have to listen anymore. Here's your dreamy metaphor. Your mind is like a quiet theater, and that voice just an actor on stage. Sometimes it wears costumes. Sometimes it forgets its lines. Sometimes it insists the spotlight is all yours. When really, the house lights are low and everyone's asleep. So now, As the night settles and the voice tries to tell you something embarrassing from 8th grade, smile at it, thank it for its input, and let it trail off mid-sentence. There's nothing left to rehearse tonight. Let your thoughts slow down. Let them whisper instead of shout. Let your internal narrator take 5. No commentary, no critique, just the hush of your own breathing. And if the voice returns, just nod politely. You again. Cool. But we're going to sleep now. Section 10, you're walking down a hallway you swear you've never been in before. But haven't you? The wallpaper, that flickering light, that vague smell of soap and ghost memories. Suddenly, it hits you. You've been here before, but you haven't. Welcome to psychological glitch number 10. Deja vu, that eerie electric jolt where the present moment feels like a rerun from a memory you never made. Deja vu literally means already seen in French, and it affects about 2/3 of people at least once in their lives. Some get it often, some get it intensely. Others, usually those who sleep very well or are chronically overcaffeinated, get it and think, cool, Matrix glitch, and then move on. But what causes it? The best current theory is this. Deja vu happens when your brain's familiarity processing, run by the medial temporal lobe, activates slightly ahead of your conscious recognition system. In simpler terms, the "this feels familiar" signal lights up before your "I remember this system" has anything to work with. So you end up with that surreal sensation of having remembered something but without a source. It's like getting a punchline without a joke. Neuroscientists still argue about the precise cause. Some think it's a mismatch in neural firing, a tiny delay between different sensory pathways that normally sync perfectly. Others think it's related to micro seizures in the brain's memory center, harmless. Tiny bursts of activity that make a moment feel like a re-experienced one. Another theory, memory misfiling. You process the experience twice in rapid succession, once as a perception, and again milliseconds later as a memory. Your brain logs the second copy as a replay, creating the illusion of familiarity. Whatever the explanation, deja vu is a glitch that doesn't cause harm but makes you feel very weird. It's like your brain whispering, "Hey, we've done this before," while your logic yells, "No, we haven't." And that plant looks new. Now, there's a spooky cousin to deja vu called jamais vu, or never seen. That's when you look at something you know should be familiar, like your own handwriting, or a common word, like door, and suddenly, it seems alien and wrong. Your brain blinks. You question everything. Is this how spelling works? Has the word fork always looked like that? These glitches usually pass in seconds, but they feel like a temporary vacation from linear time and language. Deja vu is also connected to dream reality confusion. From our last section, if you dream about a hallway or a voice or a specific weird green coffee mug, and then encounter it in real life, your brain might flag it as familiar, even though the familiarity came from a dream you forgot. This explains why deja vu often feels like emotional memory. You're not just recognizing the hallway, you're feeling something that belongs to it. A kind of warm, eerie deja feeling. There's even a fun version called déjà entendu, already heard. That's when you hear a song or phrase that sounds familiar, but you're sure you've never heard it before. And déjà vécu, which is the sensation that you've already lived this exact moment, in this exact way, with these exact thoughts. For most people, these are fleeting glitches. For others, especially those with certain types of temporal lobe epilepsy, deja vu can be intense, persistent, and even disturbing. Some people experience long stretches of deja vu, where the world seems like one big rerun. If that's you, please get some rest and maybe talk to a neurologist. Not me, I'm just a sleepy voice in the night. And now, here's your soft bedtime paradox. What if deja vu isn't a glitch? What if it's a feature? Some philosophers have speculated that deja vu is a sign of time not being as linear as we think, a blip in the simulation, a moment of multiversal resonance, or even a sign that your future self, somewhere out there, already lived this moment and sent back a whisper. Is that likely? Who knows? But it's nice to imagine your life echoing through parallel timelines, occasionally brushing up against itself like a soft shiver in the space-time continuum. Tonight, as you close your eyes, think of a moment in your past when you felt deja vu. Try to remember the smell, the sounds, the feeling. Let it wash over you. Not as a mystery to solve, but as a lullaby. Your brain hummed to itself while sinking time and memory. You haven't been here before, but now that you are, you might as well enjoy it again. Section 11, you're flipping through old photos. There's one of you smiling on a sunny day. Standing next to someone you used to love, you stare at it. Technically, everything was fine that day. No arguments, no disasters, but something feels off now. Like the memory is being filtered through a different emotional lens. Suddenly, that smile feels fake. Welcome to psychological glitch number 11, emotional distortion of memory, the way your current feelings reach back and rewrite the past. This isn't just nostalgia's less fun cousin, it's a full-blown editing system baked into your brain. Your memories are not stored like files on a hard drive. They're more like clay soft, squishy, and constantly reshaped every time you pull them out to look at them. The official term here is mood congruent memory. When you're sad, your brain is more likely to recall sad memories. When you're anxious, it pulls up anxious times. It doesn't do this out of malice, it's just trying to match the current vibe. Psychologists still argue about whether this serves an evolutionary function. Some say it's your brain's way of creating emotional continuity so your story feels consistent. Others believe it's a bug in the way memory and emotion are entangled in the limbic system, especially the amygdala, which loves tagging experiences with feelings like good, bad, or run away. Here's the kicker: each time you revisit a memory, your brain re-encodes it. It's called reconsolidation, and whatever mood you're in at the time gets baked into the memory like a weird emotional frosting. So, you remember that beach trip differently when you were happy. The sun, the laughter, the watermelon, than when your heart broke in the sunburn. The sand in weird places, the silence at dinner. Think about it. Have you ever reread an old text message and suddenly interpreted it differently than you did when you first got it? That sure that once sounded cheerful, now feels passive-aggressive. That haha now reads cold and dismissive. What change you did? This glitch explains a lot of midnight spiral sessions. When you're lying in bed feeling anxious, your brain runs a highlight reel of every mistake you've ever made. Not to torture you, but because the emotional lens you're wearing only lets in similarly colored memories. It's like putting on blue-tinted glasses and suddenly noticing how blue the whole world is. There's a term for the reverse: too rosy retrospection. That's when you remember the past as being better than it actually was. It's why people say high school was the best time of their life, even though they had acne, awkwardness, and cafeteria chili that tasted like despair. Want a weird real-life story? A man once wrote into a memory lab saying he remembered his wedding as the happiest day of his life. But after his divorce, he found old video footage and realized he looked miserable, slouched, tense. The cake collapsed. His face said, "Help." But his memory had overwritten all that with emotional sparkle. Until it didn't. Here's another twist. This glitch can also make you look different in your own memories. If you're feeling insecure now, your brain might reinterpret old situations with the assumption that people didn't like you back then, even if they did. It's like living in a time travel movie where the script keeps changing based on how the director feels that day. Want to test this? Think of a specific moment from your childhood, maybe a birthday party. Try to remember how it felt. Now, change your emotional state, smile, sit up straighter, recall a joke, then revisit the memory again. Notice the difference. The memory didn't change, you did, and your brain adapted the story accordingly. The good news is this glitch goes both ways. You can intentionally revisit painful memories while feeling calm or safe and gently rewrite how you relate to them. Therapists use this in techniques like EMDR and cognitive reprocessing, helping people reduce the emotional charge of traumatic moments by pairing them with new, more supportive states of mind. So tonight, as you lie in bed and your brain pulls out the old, dusty file boxes labeled embarrassment and regret, remind yourself these memories are soft, flexible, glitchable. You can close the box, or you can reach in, smooth the edges, and maybe edit in a little compassion. Here's your sleepy metaphor. Your memories are not fossils. They're footprints in sand. The tide of emotion washes over them, reshaping, erasing, redrawing. And every night, as you fall asleep, the tide rolls in. Let it. Let today's feelings fade. Let the sharp outlines blur. Let old moments soften, swell, and shift like dreams you only half remember. And tomorrow, the story might feel different. Maybe even better. Section 12. You're staring directly at the thing you're looking for. You know it's there, it's always been there, but somehow your brain doesn't see it. Then someone walks in, points, and goes, "It's right there." And suddenly it is. Welcome to psychological glitch number 12, expectation-driven perception, the way your brain sees what it expects to see and often misses what it doesn't. This glitch has many names in psychology: top-down processing, perceptual bias, confirmation bias, but they all boil down to the same thing. Your brain isn't a camera. It's a guess machine. It uses prior experience, assumptions, and beliefs to construct what you think is reality. You don't just see the world, you predict it, and sometimes that prediction is so powerful that it overrides the actual input from your senses. Take the classic example of the invisible gorilla experiment. A team of psychologists asked participants to count how many times basketball players passed the ball in a video. Midway through the clip, a person in a full gorilla suit walks through the frame, beats their chest, and leaves. Nearly half of viewers completely missed it. Why? Because they weren't expecting a gorilla. They were expecting basketball passes. So that's all their brain let them see. Cognitive scientists still argue about how deep this goes. Some believe top-down processing is a basic neural efficiency hack. It saves energy by guessing what's coming next. Others argue it's more philosophical, that reality itself is an illusion created by the brain, constructed moment by moment from a mix of sense data and prediction. Either way, the result is the same. You don't see things as they are. You see things as your brain believes they should be. Want a simple example? Try reading this: a bird in the hand. Did you catch it? The double, the most people don't. Your brain autocorrects. It expects a familiar phrase, so it skips the mistake even though your eyes saw it. Now take that principle and apply it to everything: relationships, politics, emails from your boss. You expect someone to be cold, so you read their short text as rude. You expect someone to dislike you, so you notice every micro expression that fits that story. Your perception is like a prosecutor with a flimsy case, selectively highlighting the evidence that fits the narrative and ignoring the rest. Here's a fun real-world story. During World War II, engineers tried to reinforce bombers based on bullet holes found in returning planes, but statistician Abraham Wald pointed out the flaw: they were only seeing the planes that survived. The ones that didn't return likely had damage in the unharmed areas. The lesson: sometimes the missing data tells the real story, but only if you look beyond what you expect to find. This glitch shows up in magic tricks too. Magicians don't hide things with speed, they hide them with expectation. Your brain follows the coin, the card, the hat, because that's where the narrative points. Meanwhile, the real action happens elsewhere. Or consider pareidolia, your brain's tendency to see faces in clouds, plugs, pancakes. You're wired to expect faces, so you find them everywhere. Some people even experience face pareidolia with toast. Imagine your brain being so ready to see a nose and two eyes that it convinces you Jesus is in your breakfast. And it's not just sight, this glitch affects sound, too. Ever hear a word that wasn't said, or hear your name in a crowded room, even though no one called you? That's your auditory system doing predictive processing. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes you end up convinced your fridge just said, Greg, want it to hack this glitch. Try inversion, deliberately expect the opposite of what you normally believe. Expect kindness, expect wonder, expect to not know everything. You'll be amazed at how your brain recalibrates what it lets you see. Here's a sleep-soaked metaphor. Your perception is like a foggy window with sticky notes on it. The notes are your beliefs, your fears, your past. You think you're seeing through the glass, but mostly, you're seeing your own labels. So tonight, imagine gently peeling those notes off. One by one, let the window clear. Let the gorilla walk through. Let the sentence say what it really says. The world is stranger than your expectations. And that's a good thing. Now close your eyes. Let go of what you thought today was. Let your breath come without labels. Let your body drift without needing to be interpreted. And if something unexpected shows up in your dreams, a bird, a word, a gorilla let it, that's your brain remembering how to see. Section 13, you're trying to sleep, but your brain has other plans. Suddenly, you're replaying that time in 8th grade when you called your teacher mom, or that email you sent yesterday. Was that joke too weird, or the way you waved back at someone who wasn't waving at you? It's all back, in high definition, with commentary. Welcome to psychological glitch number 13, mental threat rehearsal, better known as the embarrassment loop. This is the moment your brain, unprompted and completely unhelpful, decides to cue up the worst hits of your life album just as you're trying to drift into dreamland. Thanks, brain. There's an evolutionary explanation for this. Your mind is trying to rehearse failure so you won't repeat it. It's called the simulation theory of anxiety. By rerunning social mistakes or cringy moments, your brain is building hypothetical fixes. You might think it's just torment, but technically it's training. Sort of. Psychologists still argue about how helpful this actually is. Some say it's a way for your brain to build social maps, prepping you to avoid future humiliation. Others think it's just a byproduct of having too much cognitive bandwidth at night and not enough saber-toothed tigers to worry about. Back in the prehistoric days, if you almost got eaten by a jaguar because you sang too loudly near a bush, your brain made sure you never did that again. It replays the scene with better escape routes, different choices, alternative exits. Now, the modern jaguar is your manager's face when you mispronounced fiscal. These replays often take the form of what psychologists call rumination loops, circular patterns of overthinking that never lead to action. They're sticky. You keep going back, looking for a version of the past that ends differently, but you never find it. Because, inconveniently, time travel isn't supported by your mental operating system. What's worse, these loops often distort the memory. You think it was so awkward, but in reality, no one noticed. Or they forgot. Or they were too busy panicking about their own awkward moment. It's the spotlight effect from earlier making an encore appearance, now in your pajamas. Let me offer you a soothing truth. Most of your most embarrassing memories are remembered only by you. You are the director, the actor, the critic, and the audience of your own shame-based improv theater. No one else bought tickets. The auditorium is empty. Here's a weird story to prove it. A man once told a tale about farting audibly during a quiet yoga class. He left in shame. Months later, he ran into someone from that class who said, "Oh wow, you were in that class. I didn't even recognize you." When pressed, they didn't remember the incident at all. Meanwhile, this man had spent 9 months replaying the noise like it was the Zapruder film. Even more fascinating when people are asked to list their most embarrassing memories. They often include things no one else even witnessed. Embarrassment, it turns out, is more internal than external. It's not always about being judged, it's about judging yourself through someone else's imaginary eyes. And here's the thing, your brain doesn't just do this with social mistakes. It loops regrets, missed opportunities, clumsy words, and unfinished to-do lists. That time you didn't stand up for yourself, that message you never sent, that idea you pitched and instantly regretted, your brain replays it all like it's trying to win an award for best torture sequence edited by a sleep-deprived narrator. So what can you do? Some therapists recommend re-scripting. Take the memory, play it back, but change the ending. Imagine yourself saying the perfect thing, or laughing it off, or being comforted by someone. This tells your brain, we've learned the lesson, now let's archive the footage. Or try this trick the next time a cringe memory hits you mid-yawn. Say out loud or in your head, "That was a human moment." Then breathe and let it float away. Because here's your sleepy metaphor. Your mind is like a movie theater playing reruns. But tonight, you're the projectionist. And you can slowly, gently power down the reel. Let that moment fade. Let the laughter echo and dissolve. Let the lights dim. Tomorrow, the world will continue. People will say awkward things. You will too. But tonight, there's nothing to fix. No audience to impress. No loop to solve. Just your breath. Just the blanket. Just the silence. And maybe the comforting idea that everybody has a blooper reel. Even the jaguar. Section 14. You're halfway through brushing your teeth when the question hits ya. Did I already do this? You stop. Stare at the toothbrush like it owes you an answer. Did you lock the door earlier? Did you take your vitamins? Wait, did you feed the cat? Welcome to psychological glitch number 14. Autopilot mode when your brain runs the script without you? This is the invisible code your mind uses to navigate the boring parts of life, brushing, walking, driving the same route, tying shoes, swiping notifications, pretending to listen during meetings. You're doing it, but you're not really there. Scientists call this automaticity, and it's a feature, not a bug. Your brain is incredibly efficient. It automates frequent behaviors so you don't have to think about them. That's why you can walk while chewing gum, unlock your phone without looking, and tie your shoes while thinking about space dolphins. Cognitive psychologists still argue about where neurologically this script lives. Some say it's stored in the basal ganglia, the part of the brain associated with motor control and routine. Others argue that these habits are spread across multiple systems, stitched together by repetition and muscle memory, like a very sleepy orchestra. Here's how it works once a behavior becomes familiar. The brain transitions from goal-directed processing, slow, thoughtful, to habit-based, processing fast, automatic. It's like switching from manual to cruise control, efficient, reliable, but also glitch-prone. That's why you can leave the house and forget whether you locked the door. You probably did. Your hand reached out. Your fingers turned the key, but your mind was already 3 scenes ahead, wondering if you left the stove on or whether pigeons feel regret. It's also why you sometimes wake up while driving and wonder how you got home. You were alert, technically, but your brain was off solving a different problem, leaving your body to handle the road like a backup dancer with GPS. Want to hear something freaky in one study? Researchers trained rats to run a maze for chocolate. As the rats learned the path, their brain activity decreased not because they were thinking less, but because the maze had become predictable. The more automatic the routine, the quieter the brain. Translation: your brain goes on mute when life gets repetitive. This can be comforting, but also unsettling, because it means you can spend whole chunks of your day technically conscious, but not truly aware. Ever finished a snack, looked down, and realized you ate the whole thing without remembering the taste? That's autopilot. You don't experience the moment. You just pass through it. Here's a real story. A woman once told her therapist she kept waking up mid-dishwashing, unsure how long she'd been standing at the sink. It wasn't dissociation. It wasn't stress. It was just autopilot. Her hands were doing the work. Her mind was writing grocery lists, thinking about arguments, imagining alternate career paths as a Scandinavian forest witch. But here's the plot twist: autopilot isn't bad. It frees up brain power for creativity, problem solving, daydreaming. It's the space where your brain goes when you're in the shower and suddenly solve a problem you've been stuck on for days, or when you're chopping vegetables and suddenly remember the name of that actor who played the moose in that weird sitcom. It's not that you're absent, it's that you're multitasking between dimensions. However, if your whole life starts to feel like a blur of habits and half-remembered actions, it might be time for a pattern interruption. Psychologists recommend something called mindful disruption, deliberately doing a familiar task differently to re-engage your conscious awareness. Brush your teeth with the opposite hand, take a new route home. Eat with chopsticks even if you're just having toast. It snaps the brain back into the moment, like splashing cold water on your autopilot. Want a smaller hack? Just narrate what you're doing. I'm putting my keys on the hook. I'm locking the door. It signals your brain to log the action. That way, later on, you don't spiral into key-checking purgatory. And now, your sleepy metaphor. Your mind is like a train with many stops. Some you visit wide-eyed, staring out the window. Others you pass without even noticing the names. Autopilot is just the smooth ride between stations. So tonight, as your body nestles into routine, pillow, breath, stillness, let your mind power down the manual controls. Let the habits cradle you. Let the script run soft and slow. Let the background carry you forward. No need to remember every moment. Some of life's sweetest steps are the ones you don't notice at all. Section 15. You're lying in bed. And a pattern emerges. Not on the ceiling, not in the blanket wrinkles, in your thoughts. That license plate from today had your birthday in it. Your dream last night featured the same word you saw on that billboard. Your favorite song played in a stranger's car when you walked by. Coincidence or something deeper? Welcome to the final psychological glitch of the night pattern invention, your brain's desperate need to find meaning, even when none exists. This is the root of all superstition, conspiracy, lucky socks, horoscope addiction, And that weird gut feeling you get when the microwave stops at exactly 3:33. It's called apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. And it's not just a human quirk, it's a core feature of how your brain works. Neuroscientists still argue about whether this is purely cognitive or evolutionary. One theory says early humans who assumed patterns like that, rustling means danger, were more likely to survive. Better to be wrong 100 times than eaten once. Another theory says it's a side effect of our hypersocial brains, always looking for intention, story, and agency even in randomness. Either way, the result is the same. Your brain turns static into signal. Ever look at clouds and see a face, or think of someone just before they text you, or hear your name in a garbled intercom announcement? That's apophenia. That's your brain stitching threads where none were woven. And it's not a malfunction, it's meaning making. It's how we navigate the chaos. It's how we soothe the noise. This is the same glitch that powers confirmation bias. You expect something to happen, and your brain starts scanning reality for any scraps of proof. Like when you think the universe is against you, and suddenly every traffic light is red, or you believe someone doesn't like you. And now every emoji they send feels passive-aggressive. You build the story. Then the story builds you. But here's the magical part. This glitch also gives us art and ritual and faith. It's the reason people feel chills during music, or tears during movies, or butterflies at the sight of a stranger who seems familiar. You invent meaning, and that meaning invents the world. Now, not all invented patterns are helpful. Apophenia is also the engine behind conspiracy thinking. Your brain links events, elections, symbols, weather patterns into one narrative. It's comforting, in a weird way, because randomness is scary, meaning is soothing even if it's false. But tonight, there's no need to fact-check the stars, no reason to doubt the soft logic of dreams. Let your brain make patterns. Let it spin its bedtime logic. The number 1111, the flock of birds that flew overhead at lunch, the dream that featured your childhood house even though you haven't seen it in years, all connected by you. Because even if the universe isn't whispering to you, it's beautiful that your brain wants it to. Here's a real story to tuck you in. A man once found a pebble shaped like a perfect heart on the morning of his anniversary after forgetting it entirely. He kept it in his wallet for 20 years. Was it a random rock? Sure, but to him, it meant forgiveness, timing, memory, luck. That pebble saved 3 arguments and 1 marriage proposal, all because the mind needs a story. And now, for the final time tonight, your soft metaphor. Your thoughts are constellations, dots of experience scattered in the dark. You connect them into shapes, myths, warnings, wishes, not because they were made to fit, but because you made them fit. And that's what it means to be human, to take randomness and give it rhythm, to take noise and find a lullaby, to take a night like this and call it home. So as you drift off now, no need to solve the puzzle, no need to decode the day. Just let your mind draw lines in the stars. Let the meaning make you soft. Let the darkness hold your story. And when the dream begins, don't be afraid of the patterns you find. After all, they were yours all along.